Va bene, basta che non si offenda l'altro. Buongiorno a tutti, vi pregherei di prendere posto. Buongiorno a tutti, vi pregherei di prendere posto.
Good morning, everybody. Please take your seat. We are already online. We have 2,000 colleagues waiting for us to start this workshop.
In maniera che possiamo partire con la giornata e non farli.
So that we can start our work and not be too late.
Chiedo alla regia di aprire.
Perhaps we can ask the technicians to start with the microphones. Good afternoon, everybody. Allow me to welcome you all at the 13th edition of the Architects meeting of architects, landscape architects, and urban planner. I welcome you here in Giustinian, the headquarters of La Biennale di Venezia. I greet all the colleagues connected with us online, 3,000 of them, all those who are following us on different channels, both in Italy and abroad. This webinar can be followed by answering a couple of simple questions. We have the sponsorship of the Ministry of the Environment and of the Ministry of Transport, and after the institutional greetings, we will have a discussion on creating a community through urban regenerative projects, starting from a more attentive gaze at human needs, regulated in a consistent way in line with social and environmental transformations. This theme is central for the policy of the National Board. We will award those who, participating in the competition, contributed to this theme, offering to the jury their projects in Italy. I pass the floor to our host, Pietrangelo Buttafuoco, the president of La Biennale di Venezia, whom I thank for hosting us here and for being here with us this afternoon.
Venezia.
Venice, architecture, and it is almost a duty to refer to a line in the cantos to build the city of Dioce with terraces that have the color of stars, mild eyes, quiet eyes, not disregarding the rest, the construction, the city, the place that identifies a journey. Human beings have been able to develop through a number of different disciplines that are all part of the social reason for establishing La Biennale di Venezia, contemplate in art and in the balance of the scenery, in the industrial practice of putting in place the foundations of the focus of your working session, polis, the city. Well aware that the foundation La Biennale di Venezia is welcoming you all here, its ability to be able to acknowledge the political duty, because it builds the city, in the prospect of a possible regeneration. The very instinct of putting together, of staying together, of living together, building and thinking, the codes through which other disciplines, theoretics, for example, entrusted architecture with this ability of creating the building we are sharing today in the change of time. My wish for a fruitful work is accompanied by this feeling of urgency for finding content for architecture. It has been able to find content steps by steps, crossing different disciplines and different competencies. Allow me to thank Carlo Ratti, whom with his architecture exhibition at La Biennale di Venezia, which is going to end in November, has marked a reason for discussion and confrontation, discussing competencies to pass them on to the future. I thank you all for being here, and I hope we will meet again in order to build the city of Diossis that has terraces that are the color of the stars. Thank you all.
Ringrazio.
I thank President Buttafuoco for his ideas that will certainly enrich our day. I pass now the floor to the President of the National Board of Architects, Massimo Crusi.
Buongiorno, benvenuti a tutti voi.
Good afternoon and welcome. I have a few written lines. I will not bore you. I will try to suggest a few thoughts. I want to thank President Buttafuoco and the Foundation La Biennale di Venezia for the hospitality and the collaboration which has been going on for many years. Thank you, President. I want to thank the Board of Architects of Venice, President Berardo, the Council, the Secretariat that has helped us organize this meeting in Venice. My warmest thank to all the architects who have taken part in this event. Discussing is a way of developing new projects. I thank all of them. I thank the awarded architects. I thank the member of the juries and the president of the jury for this intense activity of a very high quality. I thank you all present here or connected online. I want to thank the speakers who will contribute to our afternoon of work, discussing their experiences, their professional experiences. A warm thank to President Alessandra Ferrari for her activity and the National Council that has enabled us to be here for the 13th edition of this award. Allow me to thank also the staff of the National Council of Architects. These are not just words. We wouldn't be able to organize this event without these people. So my gratitude is wholehearted. I hoped I could see the mayor of Venice. I will thank him personally as soon as he joins us here. The attention of the mayor of a city is extremely important for us. We are here for this 13th edition of this award. And this brings us to put at the center our work and the architecture, the architectural design, the architectural project. This is the light we follow as architects in our profession. Our daily activity is the foundation for reaching excellence, and the objective of this award is letting excellence emerge to be at the center of the national and international audience. In Italy, we are on a precious stage And we have always been witnesses to this emergence. President Buttafuoco referred to the city and mentioned the possibility of regeneration. This is a theme the National Board of Architects, starting with the national meeting in 2018, has put at the center of its activity urban regeneration, which is at the center of the activities of the Parliament. A bill is being discussed in the Senate that might start its journey, its administrative journey, so that we can adopt a regulation on urban regeneration. It is not a solution. It is just a first step to start with the urban regeneration that is still at its initial stage for the time being, despite the fact that regeneration is being implemented in Italy and in the world. Through this bill, thanks to an intense lobbying activity, we managed to include important principles, the proximity city, the polycentric urban center, ingredients, elements that so far have become central in urban regeneration in order to bring back life and the quality of life in our cities. We do not only experiencing cities, we also have internal areas. In 2050, 80% of the world population will be inside cities, will live in cities. So we have this need to focus on creating a balance among cities and internal inland areas. Cities will grow, but we might run the risk of making inland areas void of inhabitants. And Italy, which is full of inland areas, cannot afford an evolution like this. And if we have to face this problem, we should consider a polycentric approach for the cities and for the territories at large. The National Board is trying to give its contribution to the debate. It has its own scientific committee chaired by Carlos Moreno. It has published an essay on proximity cities, and it has created an internal website to discuss these themes, making them available for all of us, trying to widen, enlarge the possibility of building together the future dynamic approach to our cities. There is a very important aspect in this, from this point of view, the need for reforms. We were waiting for these reforms, and we have almost reached the possibility of implementing them. Just a few mentions. We are very close, or at least they say so, the reform of the single text for building regulations, the decree law for professional activities. All these issues are closely related to our everyday activity, our possibility to grow. And I will close by saying that the theme of the architecture exhibition of La Biennale di Venezia for 2025 is anticipating themes our professionals we have to face in the future. As the National Board, we are committed to creating the conditions for these themes to be hosted and discussed in the reform of the law for the professions. That should not be a bill facing only legal aspects. It should also allow for a professional growth. I see the mayor has joined us. I thank him for being here. And I wish you all a fruitful meeting and a nice evening.
Pronti via.
So welcome on behalf of the city to all the architects here. Congratulations to the two winners, the two recipients of the award. The architect that has been chosen for this year. I got my degree here in Venice in architecture. So being here amongst many people who every day work to bring creativity, technology, and the commitment to change the world, I used my degree in my businesses. I didn't exercise as an architect, only briefly when I was younger. But I'm still a certified architect. So all the competences I gained in certain areas of architecture were used in my businesses. The idea of proportionality, the idea of having to analyze a project before actually implementing it. I was always taught you have to analyze before implementing, and that will lead to values. And those values are the same values exploited by some to build up the world. Those differences, those things that can appear to be difficult, Venice teaches us, can become special, can make the difference in making things great for people. That is the idea that I brought to the city. We were brave enough to experiment all of this, to do things, to act, and to leave people and businesses, the associations, the freedom to do them. In a city that is so complex and delicate as Venice, Venice includes includes Porto Marghera and Mestre, has led us to a very beautiful experience and the contribution that you are giving our country. And it is so good to know that engineering, architecture, and the idea of safeguarding, think of the role of the Marse here in Venice. When we want to do something bravely, then together we can achieve. That's the great thing about this country. So once again, welcome on behalf of the city of Venice, and hopefully we will see you around as you develop your activities.
Ringrazio il sindaco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your words that come from a city that is so delicate when we consider the topic of urban transformation. So let us move on to the opening and the introduction to today's topic.
No, scusate. Fare comunità.
So, making communities. We have a fundamental role from a social, cultural, and economic point of view for our country. We restated that in Italy in 2023, when we celebrated the 100 years of our foundation of the national order. And this is restated today by the decree law on the reform of intellectual professions. So which is the concrete contribution that practitioners can provide to the development of our country? Our civil system is clearly interconnected. The economy acts as a resource and as a tool not only for practitioners, for the implementation of a higher good, which has a social nature and therefore it also has a cultural nature. So, for as architects, where is this interaction that should provide the development as recalled by the law? The urban condition is an essential part of our existence, regardless of the physical or material limits that define its contours. The sense of something which is put in common, the roots for community, which is tradition right from the Roman urban areas, and that includes the encouragement of urban participation, leading up to contemporary cities where there is a certain ambivalence because it can favor or deny life conditions. It can include and exclude. It can ensure or can compromise opportunities and social justice, concentrating or distributing resources, creating painful separation, or promote connections. A recent study on the Biennale Public Health, which was then supported in 2024 by other scientific magazines, there are 21% more chances of developing anxiety and depression in urban areas compared to rural areas. Which are the main roots for this type of condition? It is associated to noise, pollution, the social pressure, and the isolation which characterizes urban areas. As a result, our job, our task, through the development and the promotion of urban change, undoubtedly contributes to economic development in our countries. At the same time, we must ensure that it also includes the social and cultural development. So when we talk of acting, we must act in this dimension and in this direction as the only means to structurally improve cities. Our profession has the power to plan and redesign the very foundations of a society by means of the space it inhabits. We architects already know all this. Perhaps we should just remind ourselves of this as we practice. We must consider how, when we do projects, sustainability, environmental sustainability, is something that must be included. These are the water squares in Rotterdam, these public areas where not only do we have a good project, but all the elements that can ensure sustainability for the future. So which are the elements in addition to those which we take for granted and that can no longer be considered as something extra but are a crucial part of our project that enable us to reshape our places and our habits and to reconstruct the very fabric of our communities? So, making communities means to give back to citizens the right to free public spaces where benefiting does not mean consuming, where it is possible to simply stop, where everybody has the right to development, be they youngsters, children, elderly, or vulnerable parties. Public spaces, such as the spaces of the Oodi Central Library in Helsinki, which is free and open to all, where you can go in, you can read, you can attend courses, or simply be there. I read a surprising text by Federico De Rosa, who is not an architect. He is a neurodivergent, non-verbal person. Without biological diversity, no ecosystem will survive. Progress reveals itself in new balances, which are increasingly harmonious as diversity becomes more complex. According to this statement, Vanolo in La Città Autistica maintains that an autistic gaze can indeed help us to conceive and design radically different cities, opening up to new opportunities to live together and to experiment new rhythms, new paces. That might allow us to slow down because the noise and the speed of public spaces can exclude some. So safety has to be, and security has to be ensured in public spaces through illumination and other aspects, but also potable water, toilets. In public spaces, we need more free services and less services which are against payment. We need services where we can rest, perhaps even accepting the risk that some homeless people might even rest there. Even those who live on the streets perhaps have the right to their dignity. We need spaces for collective activities, for sport activities, for leisure activities. In sum, making communities means to experiment solutions made for humans, renaturalizing cities, and removing public space to traffic and giving it back to citizens. Salvador Ruega, an urban ecologist, will today tell us of some experimentations performed in Barcelona from 2022, and it would be interesting to understand if this experimentation might in fact include elements to be suggested in other areas. We will ask Ruega, who won the Bauhaus 2025 award. Now we will be talking of if there is the other side of the coin. So if it is true that there has been an urban revolution with a reduction of traffic from 10 to 15% reduction of traffic and an increase of public areas for 75%, has this led to an increase of the financial value of areas and the consequent gentrification of those areas? And another point, making communities is not simply physically being together. The concept of proximity is much broader. It means to actively build relationships and the feeling of belonging. It means working on connections, be they physical or immaterial. And I would like to recall that in 2019, here in Venice, we discussed the importance of connections, and we took as an example the Garibaldi station in Naples. Dominique Perrault, who's part of the scientific committee of the International Atelier of the Grand Paris. He's one of the most important architects worldwide, and the focus of his work has been on strategic connections and public buildings. So we will ask him how Paris has faced and is facing urban transformation. In July and August, I visited for personal reasons Paris to see what happens. We architects do these pilgrimages. I think we all do them. And I saw many of the interventions, not only those by Dominique, the aim of which is to solve interactions, the issue of interactions with public spaces. Some are seen as examples. Ici Cœur de Ville, for example, is a sustainable regeneration project. Can it really be considered as being a virtuous example, a positive example, as it looks much more like an open-air commercial center? For many years, Paris is experimenting. It's a city that, through its polycentric nature and its connections provided by the underground, I don't know if you've been able to assess the efficiency and the efficacy of the underground in Paris. So the attempt has been to provide an answer to a big problem associated to housing. In the peripheric, this is the average price of buildings, 11,609 euros per square meters. And this is the size of a studio. So what you see there is 17.4 square meters. So apart from the amount of money required, which makes it very difficult for one to think of purchasing something bigger, what life quality can be guaranteed when you live in just one room? As to Italy, The Istat 2024 results state that 2,200,000 families are living in absolute poverty. 8.5% of them are in this status because of the relationship between poverty and rentals. If we take the example of Milan, and I'm quoting Elena Grata, the increase in rentals actually means that a lot of families are being expelled from the center of the city. Now, if we look at the management of the city and housing, which is entirely entrusted to private parties, then profit is the only leverage. So making communities also means setting up an intellectual agreement which demands demands working on regenerative projects to reflect on the main elements of living together. And housing is essential for territorial equity and for urban development. We must work on models that work. One of these is indeed the model of Vienna. This model, which is over 100 years old, was developed with the contribution of the colleagues who have worked on a gender-based vision, ensures subsidized rentals with an intergenerational approach. 40% of Vienna's residents live in social housing buildings. It's a very special type of housing, which is also open to the middle class. It's something that allows most people to be able to live in the centers. And it also leads to a decrease in the prices in the private market. So it's a long-standing offer, which leads to a very complex interpretation of what happens in urban centers. We also have there a broad use of public transport in order to ensure the inclusion of everybody, including the less represented genders and ages. So this avoids all marginalization. Vienna has been awarded with the Assessor City Award for its work to eliminate barriers. There, urban intervention is being experimented on a much broader basis. These interventions are aimed at development. I will now be asking Regina Freimüller-Solinger if this type of development model has, in fact, increased access to public spaces. I will ask her to speak of Aspern and whether this material connection between Aspern and the city of Vienna is sufficiently strong in order to avoid Aspern, seen as a model today, will become a beautiful neighborhood that will, however, no longer have a connection with the city center of Vienna. And drawing to a conclusion, for we, Italian citizens and architects, what does making communities mean? Does it mean actively participating in the local level through the orders? Does it mean being involved? This year, the recipients of the award have been selected for their contribution to communities. It is not my chance that the presence of the jury for 2025 is Tatiana Bilbao, the Mexican architect chosen for a broad experience in social housing and in participatory processes. We are aware that there are no pre-established recipes, that each city has its peculiarities. We know that very well, especially here in Italy, and its trends, which do not only depend on the work of architects. We must re-establish the social pact, however, that's a social agreement which is social in nature but also economic and cultural. As our statute says, and as the law now imposes upon us, it is an agreement with the collectivity. If each of us is convinced that they can do nothing, the city will never again depend on us. So what is happening today, here and now? Well, today we are discussing the solutions that have been realized and that are viable together with our guests For some, we already have the judgment of time. We will be discussing courage, political will, and the abilities of the Italian architects, those who participated in this award, in order to provide their fundamental contribution. Those who will be part of the greatest collection of the Yearbook 10 of the National Council. Good architecture exists, and the ability to regenerate in Italy also exists, but perhaps there's little attention and little awareness from a political and also from a social point of view. It is not by chance that the main transformations, and those that we will see today, are implemented in countries where sensitivities for cities and landscapes is determined by law. The law on landscape, which there is in Paris, which there is in Austria, and in Spain, where there is great sensitivity towards these topics. For many years, the Council and all of us have been fighting for law on architecture. There is a draft which is being discussed today. Hopefully the proposals will be supported, and together we will be able to remove the obstacles to the implementation process, aware of its value. And now I would like to leave the floor to Salvatore Rueda, whom I would like to thank.
Buonasera, grazie Alessandra.
Good evening. Thank you, Alessandra. I thank the National Board of Architects. First of all, I must say I've never studied Italian in my life, and I apologize if some words will not be the right word. But I hope my Italian will be enough to say what I want to say. After saying this,
voglio parlare di Barcellona.
Allow me to talk about Barcelona and this idea of super blocks for our city. I started thinking of this in 1987. We have been working for many years in this sense, and it is not an easy task. This is the current reality, the scenario of mobility in Barcelona. 80% of the streets and roads are involved in mobility and vehicle circulation. Therefore, you can do almost nothing else except traveling and circulating, connecting one point with another, especially by car. This is the city today, and this is the city today all over the world. It represents dysfunctions and impacts of a different nature. And I think we should rethink this, developing something different in order to change the situation. We should transform. The model of mobility is impossible. We should, it is impossible to develop a different model of public space, because in the end we have a reality like this. Concrete, beton, cars, everything is involved in this model. This is what our cities are. And this is foolishness. Therefore, I think the key for everything is changing this model. If we want to pass to a different model for public space, we should change the percentage of travels. To change the traveling mode, we must free space. Without freeing a percentage of space, it is impossible to include different uses in the public space to develop a new model, a model for mobility that includes different modes, the modal split in English. The modal split includes the possibility that if I change the percentage of my journey I do by car, I change the modal split. We should instead change the use of public space. Everything is based on mobility, also walking, also on foot, but everything is moving on our streets. And therefore, it is of key importance for us to change the mobility model, which is why we should transform the idea we have today where the problem is that pedestrians are given a limited space close to the facades of the buildings, where children have to be accompanied because it can be very dangerous. This is natural for us. And this is, again, something extremely silly. We should think what the problem is. The problem is in our head. We have a car, a physical car in our head, which is similar to the destructure food science. A destructured car in our brain prevents us from thinking of something different. If we think of changing this model, and we have developed techniques, tools, funds in order to change the model, and yet we haven't been able yet to change our culture, our living style. And that is the real key to change this mobility model, this model for the public spaces in our cities. Therefore, after many years, we have thought of a new model to transform not only mobility, but also public spaces. Alessandra referred before to the idea of community, of creating community, the possibility of establishing a social contact by changing the mobility model we have adopted. Otherwise, this is impossible. We have therefore developed a proposal which is freeing 70% of the spaces which is left today for walking movements. How much vehicle traffic will remain on the streets? Just 15%. This is just numbers, calculations, orthogonal crossroads. If we can change public spaces today and reduce by 70% the quantity of space that is involved with mobility, reducing this figure to 15%, we would almost be making a magic trick. We would reach a balance at the same speed as in the previous scenario. 15%, a 15% reduction would be sufficient. The mobility plan we have developed for Barcelona would go even further. For the time being in Barcelona, after this project, we have reduced vehicle traffic by 25%. And therefore, I think we could develop this proposal immediately if we wanted to. We do not have technical problems. Nowadays, Barcelona is functioning better than before, with 25% less of vehicle traffic on the streets, on the roads. But how much does it cost? The cost is the development of a project like this in Barcelona with a tactical solution is 45 euros per square meter, less than 300 million euros. And we would build 503 super blocks in the city. Almost nothing. If we consider that the budget for the municipality of Barcelona was 3,800 million euros this year, if we can do this for 10 years, it would be 30 million euros. Nothing. Less than 0.7% of this budget. Hence, we are discussing not about a technical problem, nor about a financial problem. We are discussing a cultural problem. And with this project, we can say that we will change everything without changing anything. Because we are simply redesigning the transport network. Just by redesigning the transport network, we will transform everything. Let us have a look at it. The model is still a network, but if we analyze one of the cells within the network, we can see that at the end of this current scenario with the black network, on the right, we have the proposal for a typical superblock in black. We have specialized these streets to connect different parts of the city, goods and people. But in the inner part of the network, we have specialized the network to develop social contacts, what Alessandra was calling for, the possibility of creating contacts. After a number of studies that have been completed on these super blocks in Barcelona, we have seen a growth in the social capital that is remarkable. Bonding, bridging, and linking have constantly increased because people can live together better and more closely to one another. In this green network, as my 6-year-old son said when he was required to make a little activity for his school, at the end of his work, half an hour of time, he told, "My father is working to increase the quality, to improve the life of the citizens in the city." Full stop. He transforms streets into squares. The idea is changing the use of public spaces. It is not the same thing to walk in a linear trajectory or in a circular trajectory. You usually follow a line, a yellow or white line. It is different if you can change and have no lines to follow. You have to change the elements that make up our mobility. It might turn into a solution for pedestrians. Pedestrians in Barcelona can have 94% of the streets devoted to pedestrian traffic. And this is the current situation, 20%, which is not bad. 20% of the streets are connected in a single platform. But with the superblock project, we reach this quantity, more than 2,500 streets that we have a pedestrian priority. These streets are shared among different elements. There are also cars, but the speed in these super blocks is limited to 10 kilometers per hour. You cannot cross the street. So the street cars are out of this network. I will not discuss mobility. I will just discuss public spaces. So we have this increased quantity of streets that are freed from cars, 1 million, more than 6 million square meters that are devoted to citizens and their activities. A regeneration project that is the largest in the world. And this does not require to demolish any building. It is very cheap. This is the reality today in Barcelona, in many parts of the city, in this moment. Our focus is not just having pedestrians or bicycles in the super blocks in both directions with limited speed. This is not our objective. In the end, going on foot is a means of transport. In order to be citizens-friendly, the project should develop all the possible uses of the streets for citizens. And everything should become a public space. Public space is the most important part of a city. It is the common home for citizens, which is why, for the municipality, the major theme to keep into account is public space. The idea of citizenship goes beyond the very idea of voting citizens in a democracy. Also, a child is a citizen. And we are wrong if we think that citizens only correspond to voters. The whole world should be involved in this transformation process of the city in order to develop a reappropriation of the city by the citizens, in order to develop social contacts to improve the quality of the city. We should therefore shift our attention from pedestrians to citizens. And this would mean not only considering the movement of the pedestrians, but also entertainment, also parties, also making sports, also the possibility for children to play in the streets. Why not? It is possible to do this. We already have the experience that confirms that this is possible, and this is also advisable. Therefore, entertainment, inter-exchange, not only inter-exchange within the process, but we can inter-exchange mobility with the culture, art, the public debate, where public space is the place where the public debate can take place, going on foot if possible. Do I have anything against cars? No, I am not going against cars. I oppose a bad use of cars within the cities. So we might get to something like this. All of this is true. All of this is reality now. And also moving on foot. But also other types of movement make the city something different. We have totally changed the paradigm. And when we refer to a city, we should refer to public space. When we develop a city that is dispersed in a territory with a sprawling, we are developing and projecting a city in which suburbs are the final result. In doing so, we are not developing a compatible system. This is the problem of not studying Italian as a student. This is our responsibility. This is our awareness of the problem. This idea has to be part of our planning for the future. In the suburbs, there is no public space. There are urbanized spaces. There are deserts. Suburbs are not made for people. They are made for cars. So let us stop with the sprawled city. Let us stop building suburbs. In order to build cities, we need to have a sufficient quantity of people living together. And another thing we need in order to have a city is the diversity of legal persons, of businesses, of economic activities, of organizations, the two key elements providing for the creation of public space, which is like humidity in water. We have a water molecule. You do not find humidity. If you have two molecules, you do not find humidity. You have humidity if you have a network of molecules. Humidity is the result of the complexity of the network. The same is true for public space. We have population, we have activities. At a certain specific moment, public space appears, a place that has contradictions, different interests, and the municipality can accommodate contrasts to make this a public space. Which is why with the superblocks, we have increased the number of economic activities within the superblock surface, 15% more of new activities. So this idea of proximity city should be developed by having a very high urban quality in public spaces, as well as entrepreneurs desiring to be present where urban quality is present, where pedestrians can move and reach the shops, for example. We have superblocks that have an increase by 60% of the economic activities settled there. We should therefore discuss the diversity of new legal entities developing in the superblocks, transforming superblocks into places to live and enjoy public space, because we can find close-by services in these areas. This might be the development for many areas. We have been working on this for 20 years now. We have the mapping of what has been done for many years, opacity and complexity, the mixture of different uses have become part of the model we started developing more than 20 years ago. This is, for example, the description of the activities of the organizations in Barcelona, in part of the city of Barcelona. In Barcelona, we have more than 180,000 economic activities. This is a close-up of the same image. And I transformed these dots into ideograms so that ideograms, images, can become ideograms like in Chinese or Japanese, so that the city can be read like this. This is the message you get from this part of the city. In this type of message, I can calculate with information technologies the level of information included in this message, and then I can transform it by resorting to the entropy formula by Shannon and River into this image, knowing very well where the maximum organization level has been obtained into this network. We have a dictionary that includes more than 2,000 terms. And this density of activities in the city of Barcelona can bring us to this first result, this map, the simultaneous coverage of 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 types of activities that are less than 300 meters from the house of the citizen, 5 minutes on foot. The whole city is providing services at a wonderful level in this sense. When we think of facilities, of equipment, health equipment, sporting equipment, in Barcelona, we have the facilities. We have these facilities that are distributed all over the territory. You see some red areas in this map. But if we also include in the map private facilities, we reach this type of map, which provides for 600 meters of distance between the facility and the home of the citizen, which means 8 minutes on foot. You are at 8 minutes from all the necessary facilities to have an optimum level in the quality of life. 3, 2, 1 networks of public transport that are at less than 300 meters of distance from your house. You have a bus, you have the railway, you have metro services, bus service. So this is the reality. In the yellow area, you have at least two networks at a distance of less than 300 meters. We do not have a green network that should instead be developed in a city like Barcelona. In red, you have less than 5 square meters for each inhabitant, which is a ridiculous figure, which is why we need the super blocks. Super blocks can free space and turn cars into trees and vegetation. And we can therefore multiply the number and diversity of living organisms within the city, developing 2 different levels at roof level and ground level, which is extremely important, as is important the temperature of the city to adapt to climate change we are experiencing today. This is a reality today in all the interventions we are realizing in the city. This is a project for a tactic urbanistic development. This had to be a motorway according to the urban development plan for Barcelona. It has been transformed into this. We transformed the use. in Victoria Castells with this proposal of super blocks, a proposal I would refer to Reggio Calabria, we can pass from 47,000 trees on the streets to 80,000 trees on our streets because we free space. Otherwise, this would not be possible. Or we can create a network of green connections amounting to a total of 150 kilometers. One of these green corridors used to be a motorway in the past. This is a solution we have been completing over the last few months. Or this project to transform the railway by covering it, transforming it into a green axis. In the case of Barcelona, a green belt. We have this typical crossing, rectangular crossing, orthogonal crossing of some areas in Barcelona. In a superblock, in a typical superblock project, you have 4 new squares amounting to 2,000 square meters without demolishing any building, just by redesigning the network. So in this case, we have the possibility of developing 163 new squares in this area of Barcelona. We already have 4 new squares in the city. This is the tactical square, full of people at any time of the day. Young people when they get out of school, older people going to enjoy the sun in the afternoon or in the evening. In the case of Reggio Calabria, a few examples. This is the first time we see this. The possibility of changing, of totally changing the use, possibility of having shade, a new landscape, a new urban landscape. Is it clear? What are the problems we are solving? We have to reach a level of habitability that is sufficient, not only playing in public space, playing without risks, without noise, without pollution, transforming the city into a livable space. This is what nature is doing. When it increases the level of complexity, it controls the surrounding variables, humidity, temperature, shading rates. Everything is controlled by living beings with a continuous feedback. And this control provides for the possibility of multiplying the number of living beings in the system. Whereas we have a total disaster in our cities, pollution, noise levels. And what are we doing for this? It is as if our home would come with a scooter at a very high speed within the home, the house walls. The first important aspect is health. We are developing the project for superblocks, and this is an article that was published on a scientific magazine. We have the possibility of reducing 667 deaths for a number of different causes, pollution. We can avoid asthma attacks, more than 18,000 asthma attacks. You can reduce the number of bronchitis. bronchitis. By 12,000, you can avoid a huge cost for healthcare and for welfare, the welfare system, by 1.7 billion euros each year, as against 30 million, more than 30 million euros per year, only by adopting this project of the superblocks. Also, traffic accidents can be reduced. At 10 kilometers per hour, you reduce the number of accidents. In the suburbs, you have a speed limit that is 30 kilometers per hour. So by reducing this limit to 10 kilometers, you can reduce the number of deathly car accidents. You can reduce atmospheric pollution. 56.2% of the population in Barcelona will have an acceptable air quality in line with European requirements. And the same is true for noise pollution. Noise is regulated by a law that provides for everything or nothing. If you have a car traffic in a street, the level of noise exceeds 65 decibels. You have to shout in order to be heard. You have to shout. If I want to have a quiet conversation, the level of noise has to be lower than 65 decibel, and the street has to be free from cars, with a maximum of 1,000 vehicles per day. And then I also have the heat waves that are brought about by climate change. You can have a difference amounting to 8 degrees between the center of the city and the periphery. 8 degrees with water absorption and the increase in the number of trees, we can reduce by 27% the surface temperature of materials in superblocks. With a reduction of temperature, which is incredible for climate change. If you want to know something more about this, you can look at this website that includes articles and reference books. We should always remember concrete acts. So the idea of the super island, of the super blocks, superilla is the Catalan translation of the super block concept. Thank you all for listening.
Per qualche elemento di in più.
So, some extra food for thought. An urban ecologist has come to tell us that urban spaces allow us to be citizens. And the inventor of the super illas, the super islands, has explained to us in terms of figures and data what differences can be implemented, and to tell us that we can do it too. So thank you for this beautiful story, for this practical example that you have provided us with. And I would also like to thank him for this example that has already withstood the test of time, with the identification both of positive and negative aspects. You didn't mention gentrification, but we'll ask him later, and we'll ask him to give us an answer. And now I will give the floor to Dominique Behol, who's an architect and urban planner, who doesn't need any presentation. The beautiful campus in Seoul. He's here because he considers that architecture is deeply connected with urban planning, and the two things must go hand in hand. This summer I visited numerous of his projects, and one in particular really struck me. The urban development of Villejuif, that station, which requires further development and will be completed in 2030. A friend who was traveling with us, who is not an architect, saw this and said it has an extraordinary generative power. It almost looks like a particle accelerator, as if this node were the precursor of urban development and major connections. So, my question to him is the following. This extraordinary generative power that we felt as we saw this node might be a bit lighter compared to other interventions that excited me a little bit less. This really was exciting, and so I will leave him the floor.
Très bien, merci beaucoup. Je m'excuse, je vais parler.
Thank you. I apologize because I will be speaking in French, which is my mother tongue. Thank you for inviting me. And I will go through my presentation that will focus on Grand Paris, the larger Paris, a story that stretches over more than 50 years. The larger Paris that was developed with the idea that this city would expand and extend for several different reasons, for reasons associated to reconstruction, but also the planning of the entire urban space. As you know, France is a very central country. Everything starts out from Paris. So this vision of a centralized country means that everything is organized along connection lines, and especially for Paris, the installation of the metro line. And this is a very interesting photo where indeed you can see two different worlds. The underground world with the conduits for the underground metro, and the world on the surface. The underground world is the world that we don't want to see. It's deep, it's dark, obscure. And so the developments of this infrastructure will lead to the development of the metropolis, which was announced here starting from 1968. A metropolis that will develop in many different directions, always starting from the center of Paris, with the new settlements. A very interesting process, as when these new cities were settled, it was a bit of a novelty. Today, we no longer have these new cities, as they have disappeared within the urban sprawl, which is in fact made up of different municipalities. But in the end, the urban sprawl has taken over them and no longer exist, as what remains is the Greater Paris. So this plan shows the unbalance, the number of inhabitants that there are in the center of Paris, within the actual city center. Every year, this city loses 70,000 inhabitants who move out. And yet, the strategy of the authorities is very strong. It is based on clear laws. The mayor of Paris has approved an urbanization, a bioclimatic urbanization process. So as you can see, the municipal authorities really are working on this. So this bioclimatic strategy is part of the response. But the question really is, if I'm young, I don't have any money, where do I live? If I'm young and I have children, where will they go to school? If I'm elderly and I can't move, where will I find the nearest hospital? So a lot of thoughts on everyday living, where the bioclimatic strategy doesn't actually give concrete answers. I'm not saying that it's not sound, but I'm saying that there's an imbalance. Over 2 million inhabitants in Paris, as we said, in the center of Paris, and more than 10,000 inhabitants in the greater Paris. Our presidents of the Republic, the various presidents of the Republic, have all provided their vision. Mitterrand was very much connected to architecture, with these large infrastructures and structures that were lacking in Paris. After Mitterrand, it became a metropolis. So the city has been accomplished. As a result, we need to go beyond the borders of the city center, the outskirts, the banlieue that enables people to live with their young children. Nicolas Sarkozy launched a new project the aim of which was to set up a new underground metro system. Today, approximately 36 billion euros have been spent for this major project. That, however, is a project that really goes underground. Nobody actually sees it. Nobody actually even knows what's going on, because it's not visible. So nobody can actually measure the transformation that this new underground metro system will cause. It will be a real revolution that will completely change the face of Paris, and it will transform the greater Paris from a mental standpoint. So if I'm living in the greater Paris, if I'm one of these 10 million inhabitants who live in the outskirts, I will be able to resort to a new metropolitan system circulating around Paris, which means that I will no longer have to go into the center in order to be able to go to work or school or hospital. So what's actually happening in France is that we are changing our maps. We are no longer centered into one city center. If we look at Marseille, Lille, and other cities, they are also becoming very successful in terms of their development because of this strategy. Paris is, of course, much more important in terms of the complexity and the difficulties in this city. However, the new metropolitan service will, in fact, change the face of the city. So these are all the stations, 70 stations overall to be implemented over the next 10 years, that once implemented will allow the redistribution of the Parisian population and redesign the city. It's a network of 200 kilometers of tunnels that circulate all around Paris. So just over the existing metro tunnels in Paris. So 175 kilometers, 200 kilometers for the new metropolitan services. So it's a large infrastructural project that will be connected to architectural projects that will link the existing 175 kilometers with the new 200 kilometers that will feed the existing system. So architects are called upon to consider these two levels. So what we need to understand is that this underground area will in fact be inhabited. Architects will have to start focusing in what there is below our cities, which is part of the answer to find solutions for the density of the city, to find and to be able to found a resilient city. If there were a war, for example, everybody would say, well, living underground could be possible. If we were to talk about this 10 years ago, if I had said, well, in case of a war, it might be interesting to have this underground level. Today, it has become clear that this type of infrastructure does indeed allow us to build resilient cities that can withstand dramatic situations, that can continue to protect its citizens. We like these mock-ups that give us an idea of how the transformation will actually be implemented. So here we can see the underground area that was devised, and then Lièvre-Jolive, which indeed takes into consideration what was there already in order to bring new life to existing areas. So this is the example I just mentioned, but there will be other examples. So this is the station of Villejuif-Gustave-Roussy. It's an interesting station because it's a public space. You can get out, you can visit it, you can get back onto the underground metro and continue your journey. It's between Orly and the center of Paris. This station, Gustave-Roussy, also provides an answer to some really silly situations that emerge. Here you can see the hospital of Gustave-Roussy. It is in fact one of the most important hospitals in Europe. It's an important oncological research center. 250,000 experts work here. There's a real campus which is being developed, but there is no transport. So the greater Paris underground metro will provide an answer to be able to provide connections to this hospital with the station of Villejuif-Gustave-Roussy, which will provide a solution to not only the people who work there, but also to the patients and, of course, the entire neighborhood. With the gradual development of that neighborhood, with a large park, new housing facilities, and other facilities that will enable this to become a very important node in the greater Parisian area. Now, if I were to think of the 70 stations and the space that surrounds these stations, and the idea that all these areas are to be planned from an urban standpoint, indeed, we are thinking of transformative relationships which consider the citizens. It's something that the citizens can't see because it's all happening underground, but they will actually see it in the future once the stations have been opened. Once the stations have been opened, everybody will use public transport, which are a common good, a collective good. From this standpoint, we architects must ask ourselves questions on architecture, indeed, but also what's happening below ground. All of this is very interesting. It's a type of architecture that somehow restricts our choices. Because they are built down, because they are built underground, there are two important elements to be considered in order for us to be able to inhabit those spaces: light and then light again. And of course, another thing which is very important, we need space. Once we are underground, we can't build tiny spaces or think of providing tiny spaces. We need to provide airy spaces. So we need to think in cubic meters. As a result, the idea of providing light to these areas in order for these stations to be an extension of the city, where I should not feel any differences. I mean, traveling should not be a punishment, it should be a privilege. So it is essential for us to feel these spaces as an extension of the city. So we will be making sure that we have enough light. The light will go 50 meters down. The underground metro is, of course, a horizontal facility, an infrastructure that develops along the horizontal level. And because we are on a hill, we are going 50 meters down. So it's actually quite deep. The main principle is that even at that depth, we need light. This construction, which is a pavilion, it looks like a neighborhood market, allows light to penetrate within the station while giving the idea of its central position. It is open up on all sides. There isn't just one entrance and one exit. You can even just walk through the station without actually going to the metro. There are some shops. So it really is an extension of the public space. And at the same time, it's a vertical extension of the city. So it goes without saying that this is necessary. When we say that we are going to build, then we build. There is no need to be afraid of doing things. So we will build, even if in this case we are reconstructing. And we're also reconstructing our methods, our construction methods, by deploying new materials, new strategies to exploit spaces while providing them with a very distinctive look. With providing protection against wind, against light, but at the same time providing light. This is the view of the entrance to the station of Gustave Roussy. As you can see, you can walk through it. You can cross it to go to the hospital, and it really does become part of the city. When you walk into this station, what we will discover is this sort of cylinder pit. It is 70 meters in diameter. It goes 60 meters down. The cylinder is a perfect shape. Why am I telling you all of this? The reason is that we have worked very well with our engineers. This is a project that does, in fact, require their support. We're there to work. When engineers work on this type of project, on this type of construction, we will resort to the best. When you build social housing, as a rule, we are using the worst engineers. Social housing, I mean, nobody really is really interested in how it comes out. The constructions businesses are not very interested, but here in this type of construction, we really do have the best of the engineers available. But this enables us to have good conversations and to build up projects that are really sound. The aim being for infrastructure to become architecture, with billions invested in these underground facilities. And then the water management. Now, these are public investments. It's important for these funds to be exploited for the city. The city is nourished through this infrastructure. The city can't stop on the street level. It must go beyond. So this is how we've been working on infrastructure. This is the cathedral, which is the hospital at the back. And this is the work on the infrastructure with this 1 meter thick cylinder with that thickness in cement. We have been able to save the amount of material used, and we have been able to keep the soil all around the facility and to build this complex, which is characterized by something very special. This is the interconnection between the north-south, the number 14 line that you can currently use when you arrive in Orly, and the 15 line that will be opened in 2026. So this is an interchange between these two underground metros. And it's quite formidable if you look at it, because we have these two lines that are basically two cemented tubes that will be overlapped. So really interesting from an architectural point of view. We developed all of this starting from the soundest principles of architecture. And as it is introduced, light will shed into the cylinder and shine onto the piping and the tubes that are used as platforms for the metro. All the aim being to manage the flows of travelers who will be going up and down these escalators, going in and out of the station. And as I was saying, the important role of light. Light is permanent, it's absolutely everywhere. And when you walk into the Venerdì station, you really don't have the perception of there being any separation between the outdoor side and the inside. And when we're talking about resilience and sustainability, this entire complex is not mechanically ventilated. The ventilation is absolutely natural. This enables us to save a lot, not only in terms of money, of course. It's also excellent for the traveler who has the feeling that they're just outdoors, despite being 50 meters underground. As you know, temperatures become stable as we go deeper down into the earth. When it's warm, and we go 50 meters down to take the metro, it will be cool, and of course the opposite will happen in the winter. So when it's cold outside, as I go deep down into the metro station, I will actually feel the warmth. And these are passive systems, passive facilities, so-called, that really work. Because of the design that is behind it. So the station of Villejuif really does act as an interconnection between architecture and engineering. Another major project, and we're moving to the north of Paris. This is the Olympic Village. I was the main urban planner for this little city that was built in 2024 to welcome the athletes. This is an area in the north of Paris. Now, I don't know how it works here, but in France, as urban planners aren't very well paid, the promoters give them a small building to make in their urbanization project. Well, of course, this leads to questions from an ethical standpoint. Architects find that they have all these constraints in their buildings, and it leads to a very delicate process. But here, the thing was very clear. I turned down the suggestion to build anything up. I'm an expert in urban planning, so I definitely was not the architect. 40 architects came together to build up the Olympic Village. So really, a lot of people came together to build the village in a very short period of time. The urban planning lasted 2 full years. We worked on the general overview, and then the architects came in to develop their project within this larger urban project. The project of the Olympic Village isn't just the project per se. We should actually call it the project for the Olympic neighborhood, because the idea wasn't actually to build just the village, but to really exploit the Seine, the River Seine, as a blue line to act as a link within the greater Paris, and the Seine was to become a link for all the citizens who live in Paris and outside of Paris. And as you've seen in TV, for those of you who decided not to face the rain on the day of the opening of the Olympic Games, the Seine really was put forward as the fil rouge for the development of this Olympic village. So the Seine can create a utopia. This is a picture from 1963. It's Paris below the Seine. And that's the position of the Olympic Village, which is there in the north of Paris. It's quite an interesting position, and at the same time, a rather delicate position. The aim was to build a neighborhood. When it put forward its name for the Olympics, Paris said that it would set up a neighborhood for the Olympic Village, focusing on the quality of the public spaces, focusing on the overall facilities, the road networks to serve the entire area, ensuring sustainability. If we look at the image of this neighborhood. It's a bit of an Airbnb project, if you like. People said, well, come and live in the Airbnb quarter. That will, in the future, be called the Olympic Village. So we started from one concept of a town quarter and turned it into the Olympic Village for 2024. So here you can see the position. So everything's going through quite quickly, but this map isn't quite correct. So what it actually shows us are the open work sites there in the north from Porte la Chapelle, which you can see in the south of this image. There are more than 40 open work sites. If we look at this map, this is the Greater Paris. What's happening is a very active urban transformation where the Olympic Village will be settled. Well, it took a few, I mean, this entire thing has been built over centuries. And just opposite the village, we have the Ile Saint-Denis, which will be part of the urban development of these municipalities that are located along the Seine. So going back to the geographical position of the Olympic Village, that is also interesting because we are on the waterfront. If you look on the left, we have the western winds that will blow on the surface of the village. And for urban planning experts, this is something to think of when we develop a new map. Now, just a few years ago, we started to put together studies, assessments, and analysis to see where we were. Now, we can't just limit or boil down all our work to just a few studies. We have over 800 pages of designs of scientific papers, assessments, and surveys. This is the site of the Olympic Village. As you can see, it was previously an industrial site that had completely cancelled the relationship between the city and the river. When you get here, you really don't have the perception of the river being there. So the first studies were aimed at considering the industrial history of this area, the fact that this was one of the elements that had dictated the shape of this area, but which at the time had completely separated the Seine from the inhabited area. As you can see, we kept some of the buildings, the Cité du Cinéma. This is what remains of what was there before. That's right in the middle of the Olympic Village. And that was where all the athletes would come together. This was the canteen. It served as a canteen for thousands of athletes over the days of the Olympics. Athletes, I don't know if you know this, they eat 6 times again. So all those athletes to host in this restaurant. And this was the restaurant. The idea, what we are showing here, is the idea of creating a new link with the river through quaysides. All these quaysides had been destroyed, and we thought of a new relationship with the river. Now, ground level goes down towards the river with embankments. So there's a grading, a 60-meter grading between the Sede and the Olympic village. And this was also something very interesting to consider in terms of sustainability, and at the same time a rather complex consideration, as we spent nights at night trying to design an urban system that could provide a universal mobility, ensuring that the slopes weren't to ensure that we had smooth slopes. So in the end, we provided a new neighborhood based on this idea of universal mobility, despite the difference between the ground level and the level of the river. And this shows how this perpendicular, if you like, degradation of the ground towards the soil was so important. And there we have Saint-Denis, and at the same time, we can see how the buildings have always been perpendicular compared to the Seine. And earlier you saw the larger buildings that are perpendicular to the Seine, just as the ships were in the past. So the river allows natural ventilation for the village. We have these western winds that first cross a first stretch of the Seine. They become cooler. They then cross the second part, the second side of the Seine, and then they gradually travel up, which means that the wind that arrives is fresher than it was. It definitely provides relief within the village, and that's so important to exploit nature. So concepts of resilience, of sustainability, and the issue of temperatures. This issue of temperatures, this is another major study that was done on public spaces. With considerations connected to the exploitation of this degradation towards the river, the descent of the ground towards the river. Our grandparents, our great-grandparents knew how to exploit all of this. It was not necessary to explain where to settle their farm, where to position their mill in order for the wheels to go round. And yet they could neither read nor write. So this is an agricultural settlement that was settled based on the natural position. Another very interesting image. This is a false urbanization image. As we didn't have much time available and we are architects, we planned the Olympic village. We decided how we were going to set it up. And we somehow came together between architects and urban planning experts as it was necessary to provide to this army of practitioners a volume, an idea of the skyline, to provide some elements, some early elements that they could work on in order for them to be able to work freely, but also properly. All of this was implemented in 5 years, which is actually a very short period of time in architecture, considering the number of operators who were involved. And these aren't posters. This is not promotional material. These are the real images of the suggestions that were put forward, the proposals. And that's why we call this the preview of the Olympic village. All the village is reversible. Everything that you see here allows to welcome 15,000 athletes with different requirements and needs. And here, there will in the future be shops, hotels, and other buildings. And all of this had to be validated by the Olympic Committee. So, for a start, it was important to ensure that the rules of the Olympic Committee were implemented. This is the model that was set up. These are not promotional documents. We're not trying to sell the neighborhood to the best offer. It's something that we're actually doing, that we're actually building, and we're giving it to the athletes who will live in there.
We were good students, I must say, but there is a subject that from the very beginning has never been really faced by the state, the region, municipalities. All these customers, all the clients are reasoning in the size of a village, a very simple size, which corresponds to urban strategy, and this excludes part of the village, or better, the borders of the area we are working in to respect times and requirements. The borders, the perimeter doesn't take into account the neighborhoods that surround it. And what is fundamental today is the very future of the village, which is not in the village itself. The village has its qualities. It might have turned into something better, but it is not so bad, I must say. It has the quality, however, to develop a coordination project with the neighboring areas. And this is something we are not able to resolve, or we cannot put all those who are involved in the development of the city together. It is not just a question of money, it is a question of interactions among those who decide to plan the city and those who were elected and do not dare to take up a certain stance to decide concretely to develop the city for the citizens. Citizens are always referred to, but no result is being obtained. It is a low-cost consultation process. If we can have this exchange with the citizens, thanks to documents that are not urban planning designs, but rather creative mock-ups of what might really be built there, well, at that moment we might start a real dialogue. But all those who are involved with the Olympic Village come from nearby neighborhoods, and they wonder what the relationship is between the Olympic Village and their own village. But these subjects are quite difficult to be discussed, and for us as architects, they require taking a stance to go beyond the commission we have received, a good building ordered by a good customer, a good client. But a good building goes beyond the request of the client. You do not build a good building by respecting the desires of your client. What is important is the architectural reading and interpretation of the project, not only to respond to the requirements of the client, but also to respond to the environment, to a specific environment. So architecture has to be true in order to be acceptable. This is a representation of what we are planning to do in order to establish a contact with those who live in the area, so that they can share with us this vision and this future development. So the Olympic Village would be like diving in the river. The press has written a lot about the river. The river is increasingly clean. And in a few years, the collaboration has gathered in order to respond to an ambitious work when this neighborhood was conceived. The project was really ambitious, but something has been really obtained. Not all of it, but this is part of the life of a project. Wood, for example. We hoped the Olympic Village to be built mostly in wood. Now we have reached 50% of it built in wood. The supply chain of wood building was not yet ready. Should we build an Olympic Village today, we would have a majority of the structures made of wood, whereas on that occasion we were satisfied with a lower percentage. The idea we are trying to support is that these projects should never be considered as completed. An historic city is not completed. An Olympic Village cannot be really completed. The unfinished concept is of great inspiration for us as creators. Thank you.
Grazie Dominique.
Thank you, Dominic. What we really got from your words and from the images you have shown, just a couple of ideas. Designing because so that the infrastructures that are necessary for our urban development become part of the architecture, like the markets, the squares, the church in our cities can become an architectural pillar in our city. We should be brave enough to build and go beyond the desire of the client, going beyond the physical limits, also the limits of our thoughts about the construction. We should go beyond, we should do more, and therefore activate participation, something that has not been clearly stated, but that is extremely important if we want to create a community of architects. I think that the concept, the idea of transformation, which is part of our work, together with the concept of the unfinished, go together. Everything is transformed and is never finished, and we are in that phase, supporting the transformation so that it can follow the correct path to really transform our cities into community cities. With these messages and with this invitation to do better for our professionals, I want to thank our speakers, and I would keep all these suggestions and put them together in order to build together a project for a new city. And with this extraordinary stimulus, I would put together different stimuli. Before passing to award the best Italian talent, the young Italian talent, I would like to listen to the contribution of the jury. The jury was selected because it had to reflect the competence and the knowledge of the theme that would make it able to judge those projects we were considering for the theme. And it was not by chance that we invited Regina Freimüller-Sollinger and Tatiana Bilbao. Both of them were part of the jury. So I would invite here on stage Regina Freimüller-Sollinger. Her experience ranges from research to teaching in urban requalification. She's an expert in physiology, geology, urban planning. She's a professor at the University of Zurich, and she's experienced in the management of urban development plans. She was a member of a number of advising committees. I would like her to say something about the Aspern case. How much can this example be complementary to the creation of a model that can be replicated? So I invite Regina to tell us about her experience.
Hello, guys. Are you still awake? Yeah, thank you for inviting me to speak to you today. Being at the jury was a great experience, looking at all the beautiful projects you made. In my speech, I want to share two projects from Vienna with you. One is the Green String in Aspern. Here you see the city map of Vienna, and in the middle, of course, is the Danube, and down there is the Woody M. That's a vertical densification project built out of wood, and the other part is the Green String Guide in the Seestadt Aspern. So it's the way. So the Green String is an environmental regeneration project and the redevelopment of a brownfield site of the airport of Aspern. In these pictures, you see the development, the new development with the lake in the middle, and this violet line in the picture below, that's the underground that was built first. So the city of Vienna decided to build the Seestadt Aspern, and the first thing to build was the underground and the lake. And that was crucial for the development. The blue parts you see in the picture are was the first part to build. And as the developers did not want to buy the land in the outskirts of Vienna, all the public housing companies had to buy these plots. And so the first development was social housing in Seestadt Aspern, and after with the houses, then the schools were being built, and now the whole northern part is going to become a reality. So I will now, the Aspern Seestadt is one of the biggest developments in Europe. The master plan was 2007, and it takes still quite a while to complete. There will be 25,000 inhabitants there. And it is designed to accommodate the whole spectrum of life, like the working, the living, the schools, so that everything can be in walking distance. Here you see the image of this green string. It's more than a string. street. At the beginning, it was a street parallel to the Sonnenallee, and as the development went further, we were asked to redesign this street, and the idea was to make more than a street. What you can see here, that's very important, to bring the trees into the city, to make an open space for everybody, where the children can play, where there can be urban gardening, where the people can sit in front of their houses. Here you see the whole dimension of the green string. It goes from the lake all around the northern part, and it connects the public spaces of the pocket parks, and it radiates into the side streets, and also, what's very important, into the courtyards. So we kind of reversed the whole design. The green is first, and the building have to follow what the green needs. So here is a kind of volume of the green that should extend more and more. And here you also see the green belt that's planned around the city of the Seestadt Aspern. We developed some quite simple principles that everybody has to follow. The first principle is that we wanted to see the sky easily, to open up. That's why the buildings have to have the setbacks. We also have one principle, the 1 meter rule, that the buildings have to step back 1 meter from the building line, so that there can be greenery and that there can be front gardens. And also you see the other step back for 3 meters, that's to enable the growing of the trees. We also made principle for the thresholds. We are not allowing fences for the courtyards, so there should be thresholds that can be felt, but there are between the public and the semi-public spaces. The other rule is that there always should be openings, that there are visual connections to the courtyards. Like in the old Vienna, we have the Viennese block, and they are completely closed, and you are in the street and you never see what's in the courtyard. That's why the idea was to open these courtyards, that there can be a visual contact. And of course, the shade and the sun, that's a very easy principle. And if you build something new, you can really follow that the trees are there where the shadow is needed, and the playgrounds can be there where there is sun. So on the next slide, you see the 1 meter rule. On the left-hand side, it's the moving away from the boundary, the 1 meter, that you can put the greenery on the facade, and also to allow the front garden. What's very new is that we said that the ground level, we want to have housing, that the people live also in the ground floor, that the street becomes more lively. And that was quite a big thing in Vienna, because usually you don't live in the ground floor. And as there are not so many people there, we said we can't make shops in all these streets. That's why we said it's a kind of public space, a green space with the flats just beside. And the other thing is the stepping back with the 3 meters, that the trees can really unfold and grow very big. And I think it will be very nice when everything is built, that it's a kind of typical situation within the city, like in Barcelona, the places with these shapes. It's quite typical, and there we hope that it's a kind of good situation. As we heard before, we saw many examples today already, that this kind of new street is it's not only a street, it's a public space. So it has lots of green, it has playgrounds, it allows traffic in some parts, it has space for water retention, for urban gardening, for sitting. So yeah, to make it public completely. It's not only the street, it's also the buildings. They have to follow the rule of the green. So along the Sonnenallee, we have the closed structure. The Sonnenallee is the main road with the traffic. And to the inside, with the green string, we have the porous structure, so that the light can come into the courtyards. What we have in the old Viennese block is, as they are so closed, it's very dark inside. And in this case, we wanted to open up these blocks and that the green can radiate into it. We also implemented an axis of light and air to make it more livable. And the orange dots, it's buildings that are only 1 story high, and there they have to be usage for common spaces, like they have to be for the community itself, for social reasons. And to the left-hand side, you see the model of the C-shaped building structure and the solitaire, the opening. So how does the vision come to realization? At the moment, the plots are sold. Like the beginning is we made rules for each plot, for the green string and the building, about density, about use, heights, etc. And with this, the plots are sold, so the rules are part of the contract. And the ones who buy these plots, they have to follow the rules. And what's also in Aspern, every single building has to go through a kind of architectural competition or through a process that saves the quality insurance. So like the red marked sign is the F6. We were allowed to enter the competition. Of course, we never earned something during city planning, and we were invited. So we had 12 other architects on the site. So we had to compete, and in 2 plots we were second best, and here we were the first. So we are allowed to build this. But after winning the first prize, we have to go to the advisory board of the Seestadt Aspern. They look about the projects, that every requirements of the Seestadt are, that we stick to them. And then as 2/3 of every housing plot has to be social housing, so that's ensured in the regulations. There is also the Property Advisory Board of the Social Housing, whom I'm a member of. So we have 2 advisory boards, and that's sometimes quite demanding, because in every board are different people and everybody has another focus. So. Yeah, and the second project, it's also about the wood. It's not the cutted trees. It's called Woody M, and it's a vertical redensification within the city. And it's about a brownfield supermarket and parking lot. So it was a project invention with my office. We looked around parking slots with supermarkets, and we found a client. He was willing to develop this project with us. So that was the site, and the idea was to make a better site out of it, and also to regain more public space. In these drawings, you see the idea, so the idea of making a base where the supermarket, the parking, and everything finds its place. And the red areas, that's the land we gave back to the public. So we opened up one footpath, one for cycling, and we made some green facades along the existing buildings. So that was what we give back to the city in order that we can do the redensification. And on top of this space, we planned 4 wooden houses. It's around 100 flats. What's very important, like you addressed it as well, building with wood is really, we have to think about the CO2 emissions, as the building industry is very bad at that. And in cities, it's a very big challenge to build with wood because of the fire regulations and so forth. And but with this project, if you see the woody M in this structure, we are beneath the line where it goes down to 0 in 2030. And we saved 75% CO2 compared to a conventional reinforced concrete construction with this. So here you see the construction site to the finished one. Building with wood has also this, it's a different feeling. If you enter something and you smell the wood, it has a very good quality of the rooms. Yeah, and here you see the building itself with the supermarket and the pathway and the tree and the green stuff. And it's really, all the houses in the surrounding are just it's very dense, it's only concrete buildings. And then suddenly the wood building comes into appearance. The flats are all kind of loft flats, so they all have 2 sides of the light, and of course the cross ventilation is enabled. Here you see the open courtyards between the buildings, and that's more or less semi-public. It's only for the inhabitants of these flats. At the beginning, we wanted to have it completely public, but then the client said that we have to make it semi-public for the people who live there. And that's my last picture, showing the whole building from the other side with the staircase going up to the base. And what I also mentioned is that the corner in the base, there are the rooms for the community. So we have a big kitchen, we have indoor playgrounds, we have a room for the laundry, we have the room for the cycles, to repair the cycles. It's the base is mainly for the community and for the supermarket. Yeah, and that's it. Thank you.
Grazie Regina per aver aggiunto un altro tassello.
Thank you for adding another piece to the puzzle. Tatiana, who is in Mexico, has been unable to come, but she has sent us a short video that we haven't seen because we thought that she would be connected. For technical reasons, she couldn't connect, so we have this brief video. And thank you, Tatiana, for your commitment and for this last effort. This will not be translated.
Buonasera a tutti, grazie Alessandra. È veramente un onore per me essere da lontano, ma essere qui con voi stasera. Specialmente dopo l'incredibile processo di selezione che abbiamo fatto. In recent years, the city has become a topic of conversation in all spheres. I think that all of us were raised with the mantra, more than half the population lives in cities. What should we do with them? Where can we house all these people who are growing and arriving? However, this has not been enough to even question that the problem is not the size of the population that exists or will exist in it. The fundamental problem is the model of society we live in, which is reflected in the form of the city. Modernists imagined cities thinking they could design them according to the new principles and solutions offered by the Industrial Revolution. Today, we have even stopped imagining that it's possible to design it. We think that it grows organically, without control, expanding beyond anyone's ability to imagine. However, what determines the city is neither organic nor abstract, much less uncontrolled. The shape of the contemporary city responds to a market model that is determined by capital. Organic or abstract forces are nothing more than market laws that are increasingly powerful and determine who can and cannot live in it. And today, they're excluding the majority. Architecture has been its tool. Could it be the title of the city of production in which we live in, also called the city of discrimination? Cities are both the result of necessity and desire. Cities exist because they are places of encounter, opportunity, expansion of knowledge, productivity, and cultural exchange. However, cities exist primarily because of a fundamental fact intrinsic to our own human nature. Cities exist because we, humans, need each other to exist in this planet. Today, the city is designed by and for production. In order to exist in it, we have to produce. But the fundamental friction lies in the fact that in order to produce, we first need to exist. This is why I have called the city in which we exist and the house in which we live in the fantasy of the house we inhabit. 70% of the city is made up of domestic space, designed as places to exist, but which respond nothing more to the logic of production. And this is because that we have approached housing a big part of the problem. Fernanda Canales says it well in the introduction to her book, Mi Casa, Tu Ciudad, My House, Your City. The modern house, the origin of what we inhabit and build today throughout the world, is based on three frictions. The house is a place of rest, as if work could be separated from life and domestic tasks would disappear. The house is private property within everybody's reach, as if considering it a commodity were not determined by market logic, making it unaffordable for the majority. And the house is a sanctuary for the nuclear family, husband, wife, and children, as if no other forms of cohabitation existed and the private and the public spheres were two independent entities. The house, as a human right, is that place fundamental to the existence of human beings on the planet. We humans cannot exist with this type of protection. And I dare to call it mediation, but probably that's a topic for another conversation, from the environment that surrounds us. However, the house that has been understood as guaranteeing this right has fundamental problems, the most profound of which is that it responds to a logic of production, consumption, exploitation, discrimination, and not one of reproduction, through mechanisms of compartmentalization, homogenization, and adversity to possibilities. In short, through mechanisms even more decisive than ontological characteristics of architecture, which is determination. I believe that is really urgent that we should and have and take the responsibility as us architects within this profession to understand what is then the house that could really be the transformative act from the city of production to the city of care. This is, I believe, our most important task, our most important responsibility, and something that could start transforming this society. And probably in the future, we would be talking then on the city of care instead of the city of discrimination that we live in today. Thank you very much, and thank you everybody for being here. I hope we all can take this responsibility very serious, and hopefully, house by house, architect by architect, change the world. Thank you very much.
Dopo il ringraziamento a Tatiana per...
After thanking Tatiana for her wonderful message, the city of care, from the city of production to the city of care, a beautiful message we find in many of the projects we have examined. And you will see some of them among the awarded. I would immediately pass to the awarding ceremony. Maybe I would, no, we will have the president say a few words in the end. We pass directly to the awarding ceremony. Before starting, allow me to thank, on behalf of the board, the jury for its work. It has examined 170 projects, very complex projects. It was extremely competent and dedicated to its work, so I would like you to thank the jury with a round of applause.
Chiamo a tavolo.
Invite here on stage Roberto Beraldo, the president of the Board of Architects of Venice, Michele Rossi, DETAC Associati, winner of the award as Italian Architect for 2024, Emanuele Scaravellini, the winner of the Young Talent Award for 2024, and Regina Freimüller-Stollinger, the chairman of the jury.
Bene, un momento di suspense. È tutto pronto?
Everything is ready. I would start with the mention of honor for a young architect. Besides the two winners, we also have two honor mentions for a young architect and for an Italian architect. The first mention of honor will be given to Studio 4A, Sandra Maglio and Andrea Fratregrada. The title of the work is Boccaccio 164, Sesto San Giovanni. The motivation of the jury: the project, a living space created by a cooperative, deserves the mention for its capacity to control and to raise the quality of the building. A former industrial area has been transformed on the basis of a relationship between void and full, and to create a new identity for that space.
Grazie mille a tutti.
Thank you all.
Ok. Allora, come detto nella premessa,
As we have heard, this project is a reconfiguration of a former industrial area. The project, through an identity building effort, is defining the fencing, the border of the project. It's trying to reconfigure the whole border of the project. There is an alternation of two characterizing elements.
No,
Dei tecnici.
va avanti da solo.
It's the other side. No, the other one.
Avanti.
The right hand. Aha.
Non è che proprio andavano avanti le immagini.
Non è colpa nostra.
No, perché infatti andavano in sequenza da sole.
Spieghiamo che... Scusate, un piccolo problema tecnico, ma lo stiamo risolvendo. Tutto a posto? Bene, grazie.
Okay, the problem has been solved. As we were saying, there is a single floor basement that creates a fence defining the border of the whole project, hosting access spaces for technical areas and the accessibility to the residential area. The system articulates with a series of gardens and hallways that become the beating heart of the project for people living there. The areas are defined by this full and void alternation that is the very soul of the project. The single floor volume defines the relation on Via Boccaccio and is what recreates the building curtain, defining the threshold between the city and the collective private space, inner space of the residential area. It is community-sized, in line with the interventions we have listened to. We have the ground floor distribution, where we have a traditional architectural structure, a portico, that connects the different spaces. The ground floor is dedicated to collective activities. We share this idea with the promoter of the intervention, a building cooperative, adding value to community spaces, access areas, and above all, a fundamental role is played by the three courtyards that have a differentiated function. The three gardens have different functions and are characterized, as you can see, a first garden that is filled with aromatic herbs, landscaping architecture. The second is trying to create a playing ground for the inhabitants, and the third space that is a courtyard, an access courtyard, complementary space. As a whole, the project works on the relationship between full and void, open and built spaces, and the transitional space is one of the qualifying elements in the building. Also, the roadside is qualified by this single floor element that creates a relationship with the context and the exchange between inside and outside.
Niente male per essere giovani architetti.
Not bad for young architects. The second mention of honor goes to the young talent.
The jury deemed the renovation of a small farmhouse located in the historic center of Tregnano in the province of Verona worthy of mention. The sensitive approach was praised both in terms of composition and material choices. The facade's texture is the result of the use of locally reclaimed stone. The name. Who's that? Studio Zaccola Architetti, Progrettisti, sorry, I'm very sorry, I can't speak Italian, Federico Zarattini, Edoardo Giancola, Casa Larum, Tregnano to 2024. Yeah, sorry. Please do come out to us.
Buonasera.
Good evening and thank you. Casa Larum is a small wood building in the provincial district of Verona. It's situated in the historical center of the municipality. It's a rural courtyard. This is the home that used to be a hay barn with two blind facades, one looking onto the semi-private courtyard. On the other side, it looks on a private garden. The materials chosen, the prune stone that comes from Licinia, an area that is very close to this municipality. It is a stone that used to be traditionally used in buildings, as it is easy to extract in slabs. It is formed by sedimentation, so it was generally extracted in slabs and can be used both as cladding and as a building material. Now, this traditional material is interesting in contexts where there's a scarcity of material and of means for construction. It was necessary to use what was available. And here we can see some images of the Licini Mountains. The other material used is wood that comes from the Trentino region. The geometry and the conditions of the existing farmhouse led us to experiment new building modes by exploiting wood as much as possible. So we started working from the northern side, from the public courtyard to the south, with modular structural elements. So to have 3 by 3 dimensions for the pillars, we exploited the wood, considering the little light that was available, a little space that was available. We managed to exploit all the space that was there. And as said, we decided to use this local stone to build up this facade that was more closed, more private on the public side, and then the indoor area is completely in wood. The footprint is organized as shown in the image. As you can see, the modular structure is repeated also in the stairway. We created more order in order to be able to exploit this system. It is anti-seismic and works with the pre-existing stones that provide anchorage. This is the section, and as said, we have a single central block providing all of the facilities and services, which creates a little privacy, and then the central block that is also there to separate the different areas of the home. Again, another view of the first floor. And this is the side onto the private garden, which is completely in glass. The aim, once again, was to really exploit wood as much as possible, and we tried to make the sections as thin as possible. Here's a 3x3. As said, all of the elements are modular, including the brackets that keep together the stone and all the indoor furniture. And the assessments of the facade and all the fixtures.
Thank you.
Ancora complimenti.
Grazie. 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 Complimenti.
E adesso lasciamo che il
Now we will award the Young Talent of Italian Architecture for 2024. To present the award to the Young Talent of Italian Architecture 2025. A school building was favorably judged by the jury because it gives evidence of a maturity of the young architect. Besides the ability to design, a great attention has been given to the costs, to the quality of the materials, and to the regenerative aim of the building. The winning studio is Studio Facchinelli da Bois Savian. The title of the project is New Secondary School in Bois dal Pago.
Grazie.
Puos dal Pago. The interpreters apologize.
Dello studio volevo ringraziare la
Thank you all. On behalf of our studio, we want to thank the jury who has been able to valorize our work. This is a special award for us, considering the great respect we have for those who have awarded us. Second, Allow me to thank the board for organizing this meeting, but also for their work over the years in organizing the competition that has enabled us to be here today. We really hope this tool will remain available for the new generations, giving them a great opportunity, the great opportunity we have enjoyed.
Ok. E venendo al progetto...
Our project, Alpago, is in the Veneto Prealpi on the trajectory between Venice and Cortina. It is a valley that faces on a lake. The landscape is similar but always different. We are in the flat area around the lake, which is an agricultural area full of these small constructions that have an agricultural use or animal farming use. The school should mark the border between the built area and the agricultural reality. And second, it has to become part of the landscape that is a very flat landscape, although we are in the mountains, and the school becomes a new layer included in this layered landscape. The building is the result of a study on the school as a civic center, which is the characteristic these new schools should all maintain. We decided to make it reachable, both from a functional and an architectural point of view. We tried to include the covered space idea into this building. The school has a ground floor which is devoted to collective activities, both for the school but also for the municipal activities. It has a direct continuity between the outside and the inside. There are 4 pillars in concrete, and above it a monolithic first floor that is like an inhabited coverage from an urbanistic point of view, from a construction point of view. The school contains a seed, the seed of the master plan that will be implemented over the years. We are at the second version of it, and there is this strip of trees that get into the building through these perimetral courtyards that will be connected to a park, connecting on turn the different activities of this school building. It is currently more connected to the bordering areas that are planted with fruit trees. We have a volumetric compression passing from the outside to the inside. We get to the agora, a space that has an educational function and is aimed at supporting horizontal educational activities, inter-class activities, a sharing space. When we presented the project to the teachers in its first stage, we decided to have this open space for hybrid activities, one larger space rather than individual spaces in the individual classrooms. The school makes the agora available for the community of Posta del Pago, for the different associations and special events in the municipality. In this image, you can see the materials that characterize the school. 4 pillars defining the empty central space in the perimeter courtyards. It is like a shell in which the pulp is contained. The agora is characterized by wood boxes that contain some collective functions of the school, while we find educational spaces at the forefront that are connected to the outside, with the possibility of widening the spaces for shared activities. All frontal educational areas are connected with the agora that develops on 2 floors, creating an internal landscape to create an interface between the different functions and between the different landscapes. We are inside. We see another box for access, for the first access, and then there are equipment that are operated by light and help us mark the passing of time within the building. A few words about the technological equipment. We are trying to have a correspondence between form, shape, and structure with the prefabricated concrete blocks. And the materials are developing the design of the building.
Il progetto riguarda un padiglione leggero a destinazione.
The project is for a light pavilion for a schooling system. Regeneration has been understood differently, recovering the aptitude towards open or teaching in the open, which was so typical of the pandemic period, intervening on what exists in order to create connections and links with the external area. The prize goes to CMP Architetti of Elena Pedrina and Luca Cuzzolin with the project Ortus Conclusa et Mestre, which was accomplished in 2024. Thank you and good evening. Good evening. I would like to thank the National Council, the board, for having identified our small project, in fact. Thank you to the jury. I would also like to thank La Biennale for hosting us in this beautiful space which I had not seen before. This is the story of a small project The idea started in 2022. And stems from a need to reconsider the use of a space based on the words used this afternoon. As a result, the space is this garden that you can see. It is enclosed within these buildings. This is the complex of the Salesian School at Gazzera in Mestre, who, as one of their, who within their mission try to create communities. They asked us to review and rethink, redesign this space, which had been unused for several years. As you can see, there are some trees which came up spontaneously. Now, this is how we saw the space when we first visited it. And it had become, as you see it here, after the pandemic, when suddenly, due to the need to have some external outdoor areas, a temporary tent structure had been set up, such as we find in village festivals, and they had started using it as a room where the kids could come together, as this is in fact a Salesian school. So the kids were allowed to use the space, to bring their chairs and tables there. So as time went by, chairs and tables had been set up in the shady areas. Some sun shields had been added, and the students started to actually use and move within this space. So when we were invited here, we find some traces of those who had started inhabiting these spaces. This space was nevertheless completely separated from the other buildings with this tarred strip that divided it from these areas under the portico, including the bar and other facilities. So as far as we were concerned, we started to map what we found. The pavilion determined why it had been positioned there and why the students had positioned their tables and chairs in specific areas. So this basically maps what we found. Now, the only thing that we would like to see different is the link between the portico and the different facilities that were in the garden. We decided that we wanted to break this constraint and to allow the garden to invade the tarred road in order to be able to provide a connection to the functions supplied under the portico. This led us to redesign, rethink what we found there and reinterpret the traces that the students, the inhabitants of the place, had left us. The project, therefore, is for a small pavilion the exact position where there was the temporary pavilion, and then a series of elements of these wooden decks exactly there where the kids had identified some shaded areas. So we basically consolidated something that was already there, using draining materials in order to be able to connect all these separate elements. We then introduced some spaces in the tarred, along the tarred road, with some islands where the green area could take back the tarred area. This section was also redesigned with the attempt to link this central hub, this green core, with the portico, in order to rethink the space completely. We gave a range of different uses for the pavilion to show the flexibility of this small space, how it could be used in addition to a classroom. It could also become a pavilion for events, for meetings, as it is in fact used. This is the pavilion. As you can see, it's quite simple. As you can see, it has a base in cement, and the rest is in wood. So there is a wooden structure on a cement slab, and then fully covered in glass. This is a photograph of what we accomplished. As far as the garden is concerned, we simply added some extra trees, removing the trees that weren't suitable, considered suitable to the place because of their size. So this project hasn't had as its aim redesigning completely the space. Very often when we move into somewhere that is already being used, we ask ourselves, how is it that we want to give new order to the space? So these are the decks where the kids had already positioned tables and chairs, and this is that green space in the asphalt, and the parking areas that are exactly as they were before, with the idea that the kids who attend this school will reinterpret the tarred road with street art initiatives. As you can see, this is what it looks like when it is used as a classroom, but it's also an empty container that can be reinterpreted in many different ways. This is the pavilion with some students inside it, and that's it. So it's a situation where we really are in a fortunate position. It is the result of a donation made to the Salesians, made by some clients of ours with whom we've been working for a long time. So it's been quite a fascinating process, the relationship with this clients that we found ourselves to be working with. So a really extraordinary opportunity. So I would like to thank the Salesians for giving us this opportunity. And the greatest thing, I think, was that once we took off the tape that limited access to the worksite, the kids ran into it immediately and started using it.
Grazie.
E adesso passiamo alla seconda.
And now, the second mention of honor by the jury. The second mention of honor, the motivations of the jury are that the project is a certified requalification of a building in Milan. It was a well-known metallurgic factory in Milan, the horizontal skyscraper for its length. The jury appreciated the cleanness and the innovative approach of the facade in silicon rubber, transparent and recyclable, which was developed for this project. It is made by the Studio Balance Architettura, Jacopo Bracco, Andrea Lessan for Bicocca Super Lab in Milan.
Buonasera a tutti, siamo davvero onorati.
It is a great honor for us to be here. We thank the board, we thank the jury, and we thank the Board of Architects. We are here to present a project I was saying that we are honored to be here because the awarded project is extremely important for us because it includes many of the elements of the professional research we have been conducting over the years. The Super Lab is the result of a very simple and precise idea, that is to say, subtracting rather than adding. It subtracts what is in excess and only adds what is strictly necessary to bring back this building to life and to contemporary life in particular. We decided not to replace but to expose, not to cover but to reveal, as if the industrial material composing this building, with its extraordinary honesty, would only require to be working even better than before. This restoration doesn't erase, but it amplifies. Architecture is something to be thought, rethought, and revised. The individual requalification interventions for the urban heritage can become civic centers that can give urban quality to the citizens. The fact that this project has been selected and awarded a mention of honor means that the sensitization is underway, convinced that architecture can have many lives, many functions, many alternative functions. Each function amplifies and gives back value, wealth, and significance to a building.
Siamo a Milano,
We are in Milan. We are in the northern part of Milan, Bicocca, the Bicocca neighborhood, an industrial neighborhood which is changing a lot with different functions. The buildings we have developed is the one surrounded in yellow. The white sheds you see behind are Breda Siderurgica, a steel-producing factory. This is the building we found, a concrete building, heavy, with the stairs cutting the facade of the building in concrete panels. This is a heavy building, and the inner part was covered in counter walls in temporary materials, in plaster. plasterboard. But we saw an underlying steel structure, so we understood the building was in steel. Breda Siderurgica, producing steel, had created a building in steel for its offices, and then it had been covered in plasterboard. So we had to do something to take out this steel, and this is what we found. We fell in love with the space. Our idea should not add anything to this kind of space. We had to be very good at maintaining the space as it was. A light structure, trying to comply with the different rules and regulations, anti-fire, stability rules. From a functional point of view, our idea was changing the entrance. It was a 3-floor building with an underground floor. The access was on the right from the first floor. So the underground became floor 0, ground 0. So the mezzanine was a plus. So from 3, it turned into 5-floor building with a roof garden. So the client was listened to, and we tried to satisfy their request with technology or what we like as architects. This was the project at its initial stage with important staircases. The outside facade was very simple. It was very rational. We did not devise new forms. We went on with what we found on the facade. We replaced it. When we removed the panels of the facade, we found a very well-made metal structure. So we already had a texture we should follow. This was the existing building, and this is the final result for the facade. We tried to create a suspension. The ground floor is in polycarbonated, translucid material, giving a feeling of the building being suspended. And then we have this metal network, this metal wire that serves as a fence. And from the point of view of perspective, we decided to increase the facade, to bring the facade forward 10 centimeters, eliminating the vertical element of the staircase. We thought a lot about the materials for the facade. We had been asked for a curtain wall. It had to be a building in line with the trends of current times, but we didn't want a typical aluminium facade, so we started thinking of the possible materials, concrete, but then we thought we were in the Pirelli area, so why not trying rubber? Rubber was used for ships, for long-lasting devices. So we tested the siliconic rubber, and then we further developed the idea. The colors are changing with the daylight. When you're far, you do not understand what material this building is made of. But then when you come closer, you have this feeling of softness. The basement was almost covered in glass, like an Aquarius. It seems to be a new building, and instead, when you come closer, you realize it has pre-existing life. It is a building that had its own history. And you feel like getting inside to visit the space. This is the internal space. It was inaugurated with an art exhibition. We would have liked it to remain an open space for the public. For the time being, the only public space is the cafe area, a public space we are attached to. We wanted the space to remain as free as possible. We have a ceiling, a floor, we have light coming in, but the condition is architecture that needs very few elements to create space. Just a few pictures of the entrance of the bar, of the cafe area. And there is this tension between the two material, concrete and lighter material, steel. The cafeteria, the public space with plants in sight. Normally they take away a great percentage of the spending for the building. This is the final result. In this image, you see the lifts that were created with reflecting materials, so that there is this idea of continuity with the beams. They ask us, why did you choose these colors? There is no answer. We think there are aspects that depend on emotional aspects. They are linked to the atmosphere we were trying to obtain. They are like an artistic gesture, and it is very important for us to maintain this in our profession as well. I will conclude. After a transitional period with this art exhibition, we started the final stage for the building. We were requested to design what the building had been bought for, the office area. We were asked to design the interiors as well. But it was a good chance to design in a project of ours. So we created shared spaces, working on forms, depth, layers, and different levels of transition, transparency, and reflection. We included some elements that never reach the ceiling, but reflect its structure, thus widening the point of view. With some irony, I would say. The materials used are natural and recyclable. The rooftop is an additional chance to redesign within the project with a modular garden that 1 year later has become a real forest. Internal courtyards with the suspended stair are part of a natural regeneration project that should become as wild as possible with time. In the evening, the building shows its strength, its organs, and is like a beam of light in a city that is finding a new identity.
Bravo.
Allora, vado io così.
And now, the winner of the 2025 edition of the Italian Architect Award. A MDL Circle. I might make some mistakes in the pronunciation of the names, and I apologize. Michele De Lucchi, Angelo Micheli, Bianchi, Simona Gabbio, Federica Cervaso, Sara Casartelli, Matteo Di Ciommo. And then, this is a difficult one, Leon Kurt Schal, Antonio Mazzei, Giacomo Nava, Filippo Nicolini, Francesco Orcioli, Benafce Felasevi, Guido Tarantola.
Titolo dell'opera Gallerie d'Italia, località.
And the work is in Turin. The project recovers banking spaces, supporting the pavements with archives, Cavo and other areas, turning them into a museum in order to enhance the facility. The jury appreciated the project and the refinedness of the project that shows great care for detail and the use of materials. Congratulations.
Grazie.
Well, there are definitely lots of architects here. So I'm very pleased to be able to just give you a few very personal words. The reason why I'm so happy about this award today is that it is not me that wins this award, but the studio, the AMDL Circle. And that is so important. Because in 2016, I was ill. I live on Lago Maggiore. I was ill in the night during the Salone del Mobile in Milan. And all the architects know how important that event is for us architects. So, damn it, I was ill. An ambulance was called. And at 8 in the morning, they took me to hospital in Milan. As you know, circulating in Milan in the morning is especially complicated. Anyway, I was there. I wasn't quite sure what was happening to me. They put me in this ambulance. I usually take 2 hours to get to Milan. In 30 minutes, I was actually in hospital, but as you can imagine, they were a few tense moments. So it was somehow a liberation, because in that exact moment, I realized that my studio that was concentrated on myself and on my experience, but especially based on my ego, had to go into a different direction and become something different. Well, we have some good doctors in Italy. They sorted me out. And now I'm fine. And I'm back to work. I mean, thank you, but I'm not saying this I mean, because there's so many architects, this is about all of us. It's not just about me. At a certain point, we have to decide what we want to do in our lives and be aware that at a certain point, we're going to have to leave the way for those who come after us. So I asked myself, what name should I give this new studio? And somebody said, well, why not talk of a circle? And I liked that. A little circle was the result. I didn't want to call it the studio of Michele De Lucchi. It didn't seem to be a good way forward. So the idea of a circle, a bit of one of those circles where you meet after work. You know what a circle looks like. Everybody is at the same distance from the center. So that's how we called it. And it's about to have AMDL put in front of it, but the project envisages that AMDL will disappear and just leave the circle. So this is the first award that Circle receives. So on behalf of Circle, let me say that we're very proud. Now, because I'm clever, I've come personally to come and get the prize instead of all of them.
Il tema è come si fa a passare la propria esperienza.
So how do you transfer your mentality, your vision, your way of working to others? Well, we try to keep the greatest paradox in humanity, which is we all want to be free, and to be free, we set rules. Well, rules and freedom don't really go together. So I wanted to create a circle without rules, but with lots of freedom. At the same time, however, I had to find some rules to allow us all to stay together and to give continuity to our work. And that's why I started to think of myself as a fun artist. I like things that are fun. And I try to concentrate the message as much as possible. So how do we face today's world that changes constantly, as you very well know, in terms of technology, science, and also in terms of behaviors, mentality, and ambitions? How can we simplify that into a concept to be appreciated by all and that can last in time? As everything changes, things become old quite quickly. And that's all the message. This is a piece of art I made on the Dolomites. Sella, Arca Sella. And here you can see the two main concepts, which are understanding people and spaces and shaping a gentle future. This is us. This is the studio. I've tried to introduce as many youngsters as possible, and a couple of older guys. And because I uphold being as cross-disciplinary as possible to include all the different fields of architecture, design, textile design, graphics, graphic design. We set up the circle with all these competences. So just a few people. Well, some are nicer than others. But that's what communities are made like, as Studio Balance quite well knows. It's important to strike a balance. The Milan studio, where we try to assess opportunities, choosing what makes sense and what doesn't. We try to do things that make sense, which are worth doing. Not always what we are asked to do has a sense that deserves to be realized. But as I see it, the real problem is trying to understand who is the architect, what does the architect do, and how does the architect behave. The personal ego, the interpretation of the people's needs, how they come together. So I have this inspirational role. I try to tell the story of the project in words without intervening in its implementation. So I try to make my words turn into projects through the spoken word or the written word. I've also started to write a lot. So more works of art, if you like, than projects, and to try and visualize projects without clients, in the absence of a client. So we started thinking of these earth stations. They're called stations because they're not real buildings. They're just stations in the midst of this incredibly fast journey that we are on. As Dominique said earlier, and it's very true, all cities, every city, all urban projects are in fact endless projects that live and are maintained as they are constantly remade and reviewed. But that's our world. So research on how architecture should evolve over upcoming years in the future, in an age where we are no longer allowed to make eternal things because there's no such thing as eternity, or it does exist here on this planet. And we also must just be part of this wheel, of this turning wheel, trying to be the producers of an idea for a future which is good, beautiful, that can improve the human condition, and that makes it so that our role as interpreters of life is that which best helps communities, the world, to give new generations something better than what we received. We also do some daft things. We decided to build a home without cement, and we started to build it, convinced that we would be able to build it without cement, glue, plastic materials, or any other synthetic material. And so we started enthusiastically to build this wooden house without armored cement foundations, but just with these granite blocks. It was a great experience. We discovered that we can make homes without glue, without cement, but without plastic is almost impossible. And you know why? Because electrical cables are covered in an insulating material, and that must be made in plastic. So there you have to decide whether you want electricity in your home or not. And in the end, we decided that we should have electricity, so we had to add some plastic, just to say that facing even the most radical ideologies, as we must, we need to find clarity. Urban planning project, interior design, product design, also art direction and graphic design. I also do these wooden artistic installations, as very often happens in Italy. And as architects, Italian architects are appreciated abroad for this. We have to also cater for a ready-made world. Now, beautiful, think of beautiful stone columns. It would be impossible to replicate them today. But we have this great reputation of intervening in spaces to regenerate them, as in the projects that were presented before mine. So, this is a project for Galleria d'Italia in Turin. In this case, the client was Banca Intesa. It is made of a lot of small banks. So Intesa means understanding. It's an understanding amongst the different smaller banks. San Paolo keeps its own name within it. San Paolo is from Turin. They invented the Galleria d'Italia. The reason why they were invented was that the banks have an enormous amount of assets, real estate assets, and often the most beautiful places in cities. It's almost impossible to transform them or change them because they're often extremely significant for the position they are in. And they are no longer suitable for banking activities, which are very often in places that are more simple to work from. So this is the headquarters. These are the headquarters of Banca Intesa San Paolo in Turin, in the Piazza San Carlo, which is a beautiful square. It's up there in the corner. There's like these red awnings. That's where it is positioned. This is a square that was bombed during the war and was completely rebuilt. So there's that internal court that you can just see behind that red dot. The bank director led us to see the different spaces with Bazzali and all the big bosses of the bank. And they said, here we want to make the new Galleria d'Italia. And they showed us the entire building. But they hid these spaces that you see down there because it just showed us the main stairway where the board sits. And it wasn't suitable at all for the galleries that promote art. and that showcase the collections of the bank. So we were actually quite desperate because of the spaces that we had been showed. We had realized that we didn't have much space. And then when we went to get our cars that were parked underground, we discovered that underground spaces were available. They had been built during the war. I'm sure Dominic would have made a lot more spaces than we actually found. But to say we found a lot of space. So we asked the bank to use all those underground spaces where there were parking lots. And this allowed us to imagine the galleries on a much broader scale than we had initially been suggested. So 300 square meters were the initial offering. We went up to 8,000, a little bit like Dominic. The sense of grandeur was, our sense of grandeur was satisfied. This is the empty space, and we turned it into the Galleria d'Italia that focus on photography. So all the photography collections of the different banking institutions, as it is made up of several banks, there are pieces of art of a lot of local banks amongst its assets. So we now have these galleries. They are very much appreciated, and they continue to make exhibitions. This is the stairway, and the underground spaces are those that are most suited to the exhibitions. We also designed the logo. The galleries needed a new logo. This is the time lapse of the realization. So we threw away a little bit of cement.
E durante il Covid, senza mai perdere
So this was during the pandemic. We didn't even miss one day's work. We managed to refurbish this entire building.
Ecco, basta, mi girava la testa. Questa è le Gallerie d'Italia.
This is the Galleria d'Italia seen from the outside with the logo clearly visible. And this is the final effect with the staircase going down to the galleries. A nice and significant detail which gave great strength to the project is the reproduction of the historic column flight in wood. As we were authorized to use wood for the columns, we rebuilt the original shape of the courtyard of Palazzo Turinetti. I want to thank One last message I think is very important in this moment is that as architects, I think the most important thing we can do is being optimistic for a better future. A pessimistic architect is a real disaster. Thank you.
Vai, prego, certo.
Allora, non era prevista la mia conclusione.
I will add my conclusion to tell you a secret. My contribution was conditioned by the arrival of Mayor Brugnaro. Allow me to add something. I just wanted to correlate the reform of the professions and the title of La Biennale Architecture, which is projecting us to the future. I will not bore you any longer. Allow me to tell you that we can connect these two situations. And in this reasoning, allow me to remember that as regards the reform of the professions, all professions are committed now, and I would like to thank the representatives of other national boards and Inarcassa. I want to thank the representative of Inarcassa, Colini, who represents President Garbari, and President Biscari of the National Board of Geometry, and Vice President Comissa of the National Board of Periti Industriali. All professional groups, categories should work together because our projects are complex and we all require collaboration so as to be able to have an interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approach. Alessandra will read you the last few messages, and thank you all for being here, both in presence and online.
Allora, intanto grazie.
Thank you all. Allow me to conclude this day, a very long day, but a very nice day, I must say. I will ask the winner not to run away. We have a final picture taken, a photograph taken. Allow me to remember that all the winners will be published on the yearbook, which is the greatest collection of Italian architecture. At present, we have reached 800, almost 1,000 projects. It is an important reality that provides an image and suggests that there is good architecture in Italy. There are many good professionals. On behalf of the board, allow me to thank the speakers, our guests, the jury. Allow me to thank all those who have taken part in the competition for the award. Allow me to thank the boards, the different boards with their presidents, councillors, colleagues, all of the local boards who take care of the transformation of our territory. A special thank goes to the Board of Venice and its president, Roberto Ballardo, for the support and the collaboration for this event. I want to thank all those present here and all those who are connected online. Allow me to thank again la Biennale di Venezia, President Buttafuoco, for the hospitality and for his nice words, and the staff of la Biennale for their support. I want to thank the technical staff as well, photographers, all those who have collaborated, the staff of the award, the graphic team, Alessandra Agosta, Alice Calcagni, Fabiana Costanzo, the press office, Silvia Renzi and her staff, and the national board, and all those who have worked for this event to be a success. Allow me to greet all those who are connected online who will not be able to join us for a drink. Allow me to remember to sign your presence at the event as you get out. You have all received the instructions for our final drink. Allow me to greet you all on behalf of the National Board. Thank you.